Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Still waiting on pre-race to wrap up. Until then, let's go ahead and review some key storylines. So just looking at our running order, Michael McDowell leading them off on the pole, and Chase Briscoe just missing out on another pole. He's been winning tons of poles all year. Kyle Busch, third. That could be huge. So we'll see if Kyle Busch can get a win finally. One of his last wins, if not his last win, came at Talladega a couple years ago, I believe. Then we have Austin Cindric in fourth, fifth, Ryan Preece, sixth, Josh Berry, seventh, Christopher Bell, our second playoff driver, eighth, Ryan Blaney, another playoff driver, ninth, Riley Herbst, 10th, Bubba Wallace, 11th, Alex Bowman, 12th, Cole Custer, and 13th, William Byron. So after last week's race, Ryan Blaney, I believe William Byron, and Chase Elliott are all below the cut line. So let's actually pull up our cut line, take a look at it, and we'll go back to our results. All right, so here is the playoff grid. So Denny Hamlin locked into the next round. Kyle Larson 35 points above the cut line. So he's the most comfortable out of these guys, but still not safe. Christopher Bell 20 above the cut line, and Chase Briscoe 15 above the cut line. So William Byron, after being up front in the points, and he's still our season-long points leader, tied with Kyle Larson for that points lead. 15 below. 23 below, we have Chase Elliott. Clayton was pulling for Chase in our chat. And I know Chase is probably a fan favorite at the track today. Then we have Joey Logano, 24 points below the cut line, and Ryan Blaney, 31 points below. So we know William Byron can get it done on the plate tracks. He's won Daytona twice. And Denny's decent here. So we have 3 JGR cars up here, all trying to make it into this final round. They'll be working together for sure. And then the Hendrick guys, they'll have to work together, but the Chevy bumpers are a little pointed, a little angled, so it's harder for them to push safely. So watch out for that. And then right here at the bottom of our cut line, 7th and 8th, Joey and Ryan, both really good on the plate tracks. Ryan is very good at Talladega. So we'll see if either of these two can somehow pull a win out, lock themselves into the next round. But if not, I mean, we know Chase Elliott has had good runs at Martinsville. So has Joey and Ryan Blaney. So even if this week doesn't go well, they may still have a shot. Look at that. Talladega College, their marching band is doing the national anthem. The big one finna happen. That's right. Maybe. The spring race didn't have a big one. I was there for that. Not much happened during that race. A lot of fuel saving. Hopefully this can be as good as the Daytona race. The second Daytona race, I should clarify. So let's look at our points. Let's go ahead and go back to our results, or our starting order, I should say, and pick up where we left off with William Byron. So we have Chris Buescher, 14th. I would not be surprised to see an RFK car win. Chris Buescher is really good here. Ryan Preece might end up in the grandstands. So look for Ryan Preece to get airborne. And maybe Brad can finally break through and get a win today. We'll see. Tyler Reddick, 15th. 16th, Joey Logano. 17th, Denny Hamlin. 18th, Ty Gibbs. 19th, Kyle Larson. 20th, Brad Keselowski. 21st, Austin Dillon. way far away from his teammate, Kyle Busch, so kind of stranding him way up there. 22nd, Justin Haley. 23rd, Zane Smith. 24th, Ross Chastain. 25th, Chase Elliott, so he has some ground to make up. 26th, Daniel Suarez. 27th, Todd Gilliland. 28th, John Hunter Nemechek. 29th, Ty Dillon. 30th, Eric Jones. 31st, Shane Van Gisbergen. 32nd, Carson Hocevar. 33rd, Austin Hill, who won yesterday's Xfinity race. Definitely one of the better plate racers in that package. We'll see how he does today. Be wild if he actually ran well. 34th, AJ Allmendinger. 35th, Cody Ware. 36th, Noah Gragson. 37th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 38th, Anthony Alfredo in that Beard Chevrolet. Good to see the 62 team back at Talladega. 39th, we have BJ McLeod, so hopefully he can have a good run. And 40th, Casey Mears. Good to see Casey back. Dr. Derp, good to see you, man. Dr. Derp in our chat. He's another NASCAR YouTuber. Does plenty of NASCAR content, race reactions, podcast, and gameplay. So definitely a good subscription if you guys are looking for more NASCAR content. I can't recommend him enough. Yeah, let's get this underway. Say maybe we'll go green at maybe 125 if we're lucky. We still have, I think, the command, and then probably another commercial break to get the cars on track, do a few pace laps, and boom, we'll get this going. Jason, he said, hello, racing gang, and happy race day. Hope everyone's doing great on this Sunday. It's cold and rainy here in Indiana. Well, they're going to be playing the Chargers today, the Colts. They go live here in a couple hours. So maybe after this race ends, I might still be able to see the end of the Colts game. The Commercial Wood 500. You're probably not kidding. It's a Dega race. I got to pull out the Dale hat. I have a William Byron hat just to my right, and then outside the room, sitting on the side table, I have another William Byron hat. So I have, if I need to switch, I can, but it's Dega. I gotta pull out one of my Dale hats. And I hope this is a good race. It seems like now that the teams have learned the fuel saving strategy, a lot of them, gravitate towards that immediately. So I would not be surprised to see 3-wide fuel saving again. And I prefer the three wide fuel saving to the freight train. When they go single file, it kills my soul. All right, let's see what Jayski has. So we'll get Jayski real quick just to burn some time before the race starts. McDowell on the pole. Just reviewed the starting order, so we should know that. The race is on NBC. So if you do have an antenna, this race is free. Or if you have any cable package that has your local affiliates, you should have access to the NASCAR race. Very glad they're not on USA this weekend. Clayton said, hello, Jason. Who you got today? Yeah, who do you guys have winning? Because, I mean, it's hard to call. I mean, you guys know how unpredictable these races are and how the next gen car drives here. So I don't know. That's a tough question. Will he be your Elliott? Is that who you want to win or who you think will win? Those are two very different things. Ryan Blaney is hard to bet against here. Dark horse, like crazy, unexpected, would possibly be Austin Hill. I'm not sure how that 33 car set up, but he's really good. Kyle Busch starting third. I believe one of his last wins, if not his actual last win, was here at Talladega. So we'll see if he can return to victory lane. And I feel kind of good about Brad Keselowski and Chris Buescher. Clayton says Ty Dillon. I don't see that happening. For some reason, I just don't think Kaulig has the pace. We'll see. I mean, it's anyone's game here at Talladega. Jason said his younger brother Steven found 6 boxes of NASCAR mini helmets, 2 boxes of Dale Jr. 8 Budweiser, 2 boxes of Tony Stewart 20 Home Depot, and 2 boxes of Jimmy Johnson Lowe's. That's a pretty good find. It's pretty good. Sorry, guys. I had to step away to floss. Looks like a beautiful day at Talladega. It's because I'm not there. Every time I go, there's a chance of rain. Right now, there must be a giant cloud going over or an alien mothership. Half the track was in shade. That's wild. I'm going to check the weather radar just in case. I don't think we should have any rain coming through. Most of it came through last night. Yeah, there's some spotted showers maybe past the track. It could just be some artifacts from the radar. I'm not seeing a thing. Not a thing. So we should be good to go. That was a pretty big cloud, though. Jim Pullman to serve as Kyle Busch's crew chief next year. Ty Dillon gets a new spotter after Vegas. So I'm not sure if you guys heard about this, but Kaulig had that spotter, who's somewhat to blame, maybe 50% at fault for what happened with William Byron last week. They fired him, but only after he had driven the Kaulig bus to Talladega. So he drove the bus all the way from Charlotte to Talladega. Then they fired him, and then he had to fly home. That's horrible. Absolutely disrespectful. Go ahead and get the NASCAR page pulled up. On Twitter. 29 seconds ago. Time to fire them up. That's what NASCAR tweeted out. So the drivers have been given the command. Let's get these cars rolling. They added Zane Smith riding the wall to their pre-race montage. That's hilarious. It will be interesting to see if any of these cars can get upside down. Let me go ahead and add my post-race panel back. Go ahead and edit that while we're waiting. There you go. I leaked the script. Denny Hamlin wins this race, by the way. So we'll be ready. We'll be ready. Yeah, I was saying earlier, there's a chance Ryan Preece ends up in the grandstands. So whenever I have anyone that I know going to Talladega, or if I'm taking anyone with me to Talladega, I always say there's a chance we meet Ryan Preece up close and personal. It would be terrible to see one of these next-gen cars get into the catch fence. They're so heavy. So heavy. But now they have all these flaps on them. About every square inch of the car has a flap on it to try to keep these things on the ground. If the car gets hit at the right angle, there's no way to keep it on the ground. .400 career starts for Kyle Larson. All right. They're on the radio with Joey Logano. Let's see what Joey has to say. I know we have a bunch of Joey Logano fans in the community. Let's go ahead and pull that back down. So after the race, just to let you guys know, we will be doing a pre-race show. If you guys want to join us and call in at the number that's on screen, you can share your thoughts about today's race or today's or the championship. You know, anything you want to NASCAR related, you can do so. That is your opportunity. You wonder how many wins Larson would have if he started with Hendrick? That's a good question. It's a good question. Those really weren't Hendrick's most competitive years. But having Larson in that Gen 6 car, you know, Hendrick Gen 6 car, maybe, you know, some extra years in that early career, he might have 10 more wins, maybe. Because like he still would have had that rookie adjustment period, but Hendrick was kind of in a down era when he came in. Maybe for like his first couple years they weren't so bad, but then the last few years of the SS, Chevy overall wasn't doing very well. And then when you guys remember when Chevy went to the Camaro, they ran horribly. It was an awful year. Let's see. How many wins? He has 32. So if my prediction of 10 more is correct, it would put him very close to 45, which is what you said. So we're kind of on the same page. Not bad, Double A. Not bad. Mason said, "Hey, AZtronics, I'm so happy. You know how much I like Kyle Busch. I've told you before. Yes, Starting third, it'll be interesting to see if he can get back to victory lane. I'd like to see him get one more. This is probably his last best shot this year. As I was saying yesterday, Kyle Busch is planning to run, I believe, at least 5 more years. 4 to 5 more years, because he wants to retire when Brexton turns 15. So maybe after next year, after his contract ends with RCR, he might go to a track house. He might go to a Kaulig. We'll see where he ends up. I know I'm already looking out ahead 2 years, but it would be nice to see him have a late career resurgence. Martinsville does have a shot at Martinsville. That would be pretty wild to go back to Gibbs. I think his son will kind of influence where he goes next. I know Brexton already has a ceremonial contract signed with RCR, but, you know, if a team like Kaulig or maybe someone in the Chevy pipeline could pick him up in trucks to Xfinity, that might dictate where Kyle runs Cup. But I think Kyle kind of wants to do a LeBron situation where when Brexton goes to run trucks, Kyle will run either a part-time or maybe even a full-time truck schedule just to race with his son. He's spoken about it before, so if you're interested, I'm sure you can just look that up on YouTube, his future plans with Brexton. I think it's just RCR that sucks. SVG's done pretty well in the Chevy. He's been running better on the ovals. We'll see how he does today on the plate track. It's a whole different beast. Let me go ahead and get the live leaderboard pulled up from NASCAR. Let's go ahead and check in. Reminder, guys, if you are a member of the NASCAR Mobile Rewards or NASCAR Fan Rewards program, go ahead and check in on the NASCAR mobile app or the website. You can earn free points that you can redeem for tickets. You can ride in the pace car. You can wave the green flag. You can get autographed merchandise. All kinds of stuff. It's a great program. Last year, I got a $50 Fanatics gift card that I got a couple hats with. A Gordon hat and an Earnhardt hat. All right. We're about to go green. I almost got a Corvette last year. The guy that was going to sell his Corvette to me backed out of the deal. Drove like 3 hours down there to pick it up, and he backed out of it. Shame. It would have been nice, but highly impractical. So now I have a Camaro instead. Definitely a lot more practical. All right. Logano ducking out to the top groove. Wild. Kyle just staying down low right now behind Briscoe. We're already 3 wide. So McDowell's middle. Josh Berry's up top. Chase Briscoe down low. So we have all 3 manufacturers represented at the front. Toyota on the inside, Chevy in the middle, and Ford on the outside. Berry has now been pushed clear to the lead. He can move around if he wanted to. But they're not full throttle. So let me pull this up for you guys. On the NASCAR website, you can actually watch the throttle tracker. Kind of see, what kind of throttle position they're running at. So McDowell is already saving fuel at this point in the race. Let's go to Josh Berry. $90. That's more usage. But yeah, even backing off a little bit, they're all bleeding the throttle. Already in fuel saving. How about that? As they run, Larson is only 7 points above the cut line. Now only 4 above the cut line. That's going to fluctuate wildly throughout the race. Logano 2 under, Bell 2 above. Now Larson's only 3 above the cut line. Wow. There's a chance all the Hendrick drivers may get eliminated next week. Unlikely, but there's a chance. Josh Berry still out sole possession of the lead. Joey Logano behind him. Their pseudo teammates, that 21 cars prepared in the Penske shop for the Wood brothers. Only if they could make it a full stage without saving fuel. If they would still have to stretch the fuel at all, they would still fuel save. Honestly, it would be interesting to see how much they fuel save if we just eliminated the stage breaks. That way guys could run flat out if they wanted to. And then if another pack wanted to actually back off and save fuel, they could, but they would lose a ton of time lap after lap. And maybe over the course of a race without stage cautions, it would actually allow some guys to pull away with it. So maybe just getting rid of the stages at plate tracks. Well, you can get rid of them everywhere, but definitely at plate tracks and road courses. We don't need the stages. I like a strategy race. It's really fun when you have different teams trying out different stuff. We are 4 wide in some parts of the pack. Looks like maybe Justin Haley leading that 4th lane. Looks like Ty Gibbs almost took out the field there. Got really close to Haley. Almost right hooked himself. So Haley's out of a job at the end of the season. They're talking about it right now. Kind of wild. Only 1 year over there. And the crazy thing is Justin Haley ran better in Rick Ware equipment. Had better finishes. He has just been cursed in that Rick Ware, or not Rick Ware, in that Spire 7 car. I think it's just the 7 car is cursed in general. Welcome, Doodlebug. Welcome. Bubba Wallace out front right now. Kyle Busch dedicated to that inside line. That's probably where I would be running. I feel like that's usually the safest bet, because at least you have the infield to run off into if you're trying to avoid the wreck. If you're up top, you just pray. It's just luck running that high groove. If the big one happens, and you're back in the pack behind it, pure luck that you survive it. But the inside groove, you at least have an option to bail out below the yellow line. So Bubba, sole possession of the lead right now. This is his home track, technically, from Mobile, Alabama. So if you're a fan of home track winners, you should be rooting for Bubba today. You know, back in the day, they had an Alabama gang. He'd be the only one in it right now in the Cup Series. If you include the lower series, you have Grant Enfinger. All right, Josh Berry back out to the lead. Bubba's decided to jump in front of Briscoe in that middle groove. So two Toyotas working together. That inside line is kind of fading back. They're not really grouped up very well, but I mean, these guys are just trying to get around the track. Yeah, it's an interesting balance. I think maybe one of the reasons some of these guys are a little more racy than usual is because some of these guys really need stage points. They can't, count on winning the race with how, random these Talladega races are. So you may see a lot of guys go for the stage points. Because let's say you win 2 stages, and that's 20 points. And on the other end of the spectrum, if you're running around in the back trying to avoid the big one and you don't pick up the stage points, any stage points at all, you're just falling back compared to the guys who do. So right now, only 2 playoff drivers in the top 10. Joey in 2nd, Chase Briscoe in 7th. Be interesting to see if any of these playoff drivers further back can make their way up through the field. Chase Elliott 32nd, William Byron 29th. Sounds like they're just trying to avoid the big one. That inside line's really falling apart. So it looks like they're about to go down to 2 lines, perhaps, for a while. We're only 10 laps in here to stage 1, so we still have plenty of ways to go. 60 laps is almost as long as the entire truck race. And what, 2/3 of the Xfinity race. I think the trucks had a 250, and I think Xfinity had a 300. And this is a 500-mile race. Look at that, Shane Van Gisbergen in 5th. We're doing pretty well, Justin. Good to see you, man. This race just got underway. We haven't had any trouble so far. But there's still plenty of time in this stage alone. It doesn't even have to be like contact between drivers to set something off. One guy could have a part failure. One guy could have a tire failure. Anything could happen here. And half the field just wadded up. It was crazy in the spring. There wasn't a big one during the race. But last fall was the largest next-gen wreck ever. I forget how many cars were involved, but it was most of the field. They're running close, but they were running 3 wide in the spring. So you can't guarantee it. The one variable here is it is towards the end of the season. Guys are trying to push to, you know, sign new contracts or secure their ride for the next season. So they may be driving a little over their head. And other guys are trying to push to get stage points. And perhaps win their way into the next round. So we'll see what happens here. I just had a terrible idea. I'm not proud of it. But what if, once you got eliminated from the playoffs, if you won a race, they put you back in, but as the lowest seeded driver? Don't let NASCAR hear that. They'll think it's a great idea. They'll do it. Like, oh yeah. Let somebody win their way back in. Joey's still running that high line with Josh Berry. Only 4 cars remaining running that inside groove. Alex Bowman's one of them. Christopher Bell. And Tyler Reddick, it looks like. So Barry and Logano have ducked down to the middle groove right now. Now it looks like they're going to fade back up to the high line to block Justin Haley's advance. So Kyle has faded back through the field. He's 4th in line right now. Oh, well, Bowman just left him. That leaves only 3 guys towards the front. One just dove back down. Ty Gibbs diving to the inside. That inside line is struggling. I don't know. Would you rather be in the 20th row in the top or the middle groove? Or would you rather be, you know, 4th in a 3rd groove? It's kind of the 2 ideologies. Inside line is shaping back up. And now they're sliding up in front of the 2nd line. So that leaves Ty Gibbs to lead the inside line. Imagine NASCAR makes the new system regular season champion, gets a 300-point jump, but can't race the rest of the season. Other drivers. Oh my goodness. That's even worse than what I said. That's even worse than what I said, Justin. He was saying the regular season driver couldn't race, and the other drivers would try to catch up and overtake the leader. That's wild. I don't know. It would need to be a bigger lead than 300. Maybe 350. It's like 40 points plus stage points. You could earn maybe like 60 a race. 60 times 10, 600. So, I mean, 300. That would not be fair. You would have guys trying to tank their season just so they wouldn't be the regular season champion. So as they run, Larson is 23 above the cut line. Elliott is 42 below. Blaney is 56 below the cut line. That's as they run. That will change as we go through this race. So the very inside line has died off. Kyle Busch circulated to the lead with SVG behind him. What is happening? A pretty strong inside line developed, and then the guys who stayed down there faithfully with the inside line slid up the track into the middle groove. So now we have 2 separate packs. We have 2 wide. Looks like about 15 cars deep, maybe. And then we have a second group of a slightly smaller size. So maybe 20 cars in that lead pack, and then maybe 15 in the other. Bell went from -2 to +30 in 10 laps. Justin said, ride the Dente will ride the wall. We'll see about that. I'm sure he's gotten plenty of practice on iRacing lately. All right, we have a car diving down low. Which car is that? One car got shuffled out. I'm not sure who that is. Already the back of that lead pack. So you have Austin Dillon running towards the back of the pack. You have his teammate Kyle Busch running first. Precept to P6, P5, and P35 where Denny is. Denny said, what place is the ham liquor in? That's right. That's right. Let's take a look. P35, as Justin said. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Denny still has a shot if his team will give him enough fuel. Looks like he had one of the better handling cars in the spring race, and the team just didn't give him enough fuel. So, it's a team sport. The whole team has to perform. Trying to manage my TV settings there. Florida just fired Billy. Someone said that the other day. They said they think Billy will be gone next week. And it happened. Yeah, SVG and Kyle Busch. Unlikely bedmates. You have 8 in the 88. That's a triple 8. Oh, no. Isn't the triple 8 a piece of artillery? Yes, triple 8. M888. The howitzer. Thought so. Jared, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Jared was playing some Modern Warfare 2 campaign earlier. When I tuned in, he was on the hardest mission, in my opinion. Zillage was talking about it. Interesting. Big Florida fan. The race is interesting so far. We have some different strategies. Some guys are hanging back, I guess, to try to avoid the big one, but some of these guys need stage points. So I'm wondering what they're thinking, because it's really hard to pass in this next-gen car on these plate tracks. Huge check up there. That was crazy. So we have two packs. We have a front pack running 2 wide. We have a further back pack. Who do I think will ride the Dente? I'm going to ride the Dente. That mission, you know, you have to be stealth. That's not my strong suit. And then you have to do, you know, you have to craft stuff. I don't want to craft stuff. So I would sneak around as much as I could, stealth kill a few people, and then as soon as I got a weapon, it was game on, like a real gun. Yeah, he was playing 2022. If you've ever played it, he was on the one mission where Soap loses all of his weapons, and he has to craft things and stealth around the map. So that top group is forming up. We haven't seen this lately in these next-gen fuel-saving races. Usually they go 3 wide. And right now, for the most part, every car is in that outside line. We do have a handful of cars down low, but they're not grouped up very well. That's literally the worst mission ever. I feel like it's a good idea, but I just didn't enjoy how they executed it. There should have been more options to, you know, more paths, I guess, to flank, to sneak around. Maybe add some verticality. They did get 4 wide for a little bit. Jared says, will there be an MW4? MW3... well, MW2, people didn't really like it. I really liked it, but not as much as 2019. Anyway, so they tried to go back on that with MW3. You know, Sledgehammer made that one. And even the team that made it was like, yeah, that game kind of sucked. So... I mean, we might in a year or two, but we also might not. That story wasn't really over, though. So maybe they'll do another one. You know, we're on Black Ops 7. So, yeah, they could definitely do another one. But we're going to be getting a Call of Duty movie in the next few years. So they may try to link up whatever movie, you know, whatever it's about with the game. So we'll see how they do that. I'm shocked there hasn't been a Call of Duty movie before, back in the peak of Call of Duty. Josh Berry's been running up front pretty consistently. As soon as we start talking about him, he loses the lead. Denny Hamlin Fan 13 says he's going to be able to watch the race here soon. Almost home. That's good. On Big NBC. Kind of frustrated. My picture is zoomed in way too much. And I went through all of the picture modes and none of them zoom it out. So I can't see what lap we're on. That is cut off. I can see their numbers. I can't see their running order when they're running the side ticker. That's why I have my own leaderboard, I guess. Yeah, I'm so glad it's back on NBC. I don't like when the races are on USA or Fox Sports 1. That's just a great way to kill the sport. All right, we've gone back 3 wide. Probably because we're maybe preparing for green flag pit stops. So see if you just like pay attention to when guys start to dive down to the inside line, because that'll indicate when the green flag stops are about to start. What is Michael McDowell doing? I think that was Michael splitting that lane. That was really odd. Jordan says he has a feeling we're going to see a flip. We definitely could. We definitely could. Even though this car has like 20 flaps on it. If a car gets hit at the right angle at the right time, I don't think there's any way to stop it. That's very possible, Denny Hamlin fan. He said, I have a feeling Logano will force half the field to ride the Dente into the turn 3 wall. He didn't say Logano. He used his nickname. Man, I missed the 2019 to 2021 plate package. The runs they would develop were just insane. Yeah, Bread is up to third. And John Hunter Nemechek 11th currently, 10th. Yeah, where's Denny running? He's worked his way up to 8th, not bad. Yeah, I think the field's grouping back up so they can pit here shortly. A lot of guys are making their way to that inside line. Joey just left his teammate and left 2 Fords on the inside to go to the second groove. Joey's running people up the track. Did he just shuffle out SVG? Joey better watch it. SVG could just turn him and be like, oh, I didn't know. I'm not used to plate racing. My bad. That remains to be seen, Denny Hamlin fan. That remains to be seen. Right now he has Logano behind him. If I'm Hamlin, no, I'm not accepting this push. I'm going low. I'm going high. I'm getting away from this guy. So SVG's leading a makeshift third line. Not really many guys up there. As soon as I say that, 2 other guys duck out for a second. Is that Hocevar leading that group? Double A says he's nervous. Brad's behind Barry. Yeah, Brad is he's calmed down in more recent years, but yeah, he's definitely delivered some bad pushes before. I remember once he was angry that Byron threw a block. He said, "I'm never going to let off again. I'm never going to roll out of the throttle." And the next time he was behind Byron, I believe it was the very next plate track, he drove through him, and I believe it might have even have been practice, like before the actual race. I forget when it was, but Yeah, just drove through him. With the gridlock this next gen car creates, it's really hard for teammates to get together. I mean, it has to be worked out from the start. Then he said, if Ricky Steakhouse is behind Bush, he's cooked. The inside line is definitely the weakest, but it's still keeping up at the front of the pack. It's kind of split into two right now. Big gap back. I guess that's BJ McLeod. Not able to keep up with the draft right now. If someone pulls in front of him, he might be able to get the draft back. Those guys that are behind him might ditch him as soon as they get a hole. Hocevar making moves on the inside line. We're going one more lap around. Green flag pit stops have not started yet. So it seems like they may be running long so they can pit and take as little fuel as they can. Or maybe they're just trying to wait on a caution. We'll see. But it seems like you don't want to be on pit road long here. Just get enough fuel to get to the end of the stage. Then you can pit again and actually fill the tank. Yeah, I keep waiting every lap. I'm watching that inside line. And I'm trying to watch for some kind of movement. For guys to be making their way to that inside line. Because, you know, usually they try to pit as a team or as a manufacturer group. But I haven't really seen, other than the Spire guys, you know, a lot of guys grouping up. I guess there's a couple Toyotas down there on the inside line. But there's at least two of the Spire guys on the inside line running somewhat near each other. It might actually be nose to tail. All right. We're going around one more lap. That outside line's kind of dying off, so it seems like guys maybe are starting to work their way down, at least into the middle groove. And, you know, sometimes we'll run clean until it's time for green flag pit stops. Guys lock up the brakes. They haven't warmed them up enough while under green flag conditions. So we'll see if these guys can make it on the pit road cleanly. And also if anyone speeds. I believe the speed limit here might be 55 miles per hour. So we'll see. We will see, because a penalty here can kill your day. Especially if you lose the draft. You might go multiple laps down. Double A said every commercial on Peacock is full screen. I'm glad I'm watching on antenna. That's horrible. Yeah, we're side by side right now on the broadcast from NBC. What throttle are we running right now? Let's go to our leader, Brad. Brad is running half throttle right now. Show you guys that. Look at NASCAR.com. You can kind of watch and see what percent throttle they're using. That's our leader, leading the inside line. Not even 100%. So they're saving fuel pretty hard. Love that. The pack under an umbrella. Let's go full field. There we go. Yeah, all under an umbrella. Pretty cool view from NASCAR.com. We do have cars on pit road. So the ticker on here, show you guys this again. The ticker is actually ahead of the television. I'm watching on antenna, so I had the least delayed broadcast. And the antenna is actually, not the website is ahead of what's happening on screen. So I looked on here, I saw cars pitting. I look up and no one's pit yet. It was wild. So they're already off pit road. They've made their stops. It looks like a lot of the Toyota guys. That also BJ McLeod and Cody Ware, Shane Van Gisbergen. So Kyle's coming. Let's see if it's a group of Chevys or if the Toyotas come down. Some of the Toyotas are coming down. So Kyle Busch working together with some Toyotas. How about that? Almost had an accident back there. Hamlin almost... Uh-oh. Chase Briscoe, the speeding penalty. I think Hamlin almost killed a field there. I want to see a replay of that. That was a near miss between two guys. Bell was on pit road for 6 seconds, and the shortest pit stop was a 3.9 in that group, it looked like. So the Fords look like they're the last group running. There's also some Chevys in that group, the Hendrick Chevys. They're running another lap. So typically the guys that stay out longer get past. So we'll see if taking less fuel will help them. Oh yeah, Denny almost killed somebody. Great job, Denny. Genius. Absolute genius. I think Caleb plays on Xbox, right? All right, we have some Fords coming down. Only 3. 4, 5, 6. And then we have a 7th car joining them way further back. Once pit road cycle ends, we'll switch back to the leaderboard view. Yeah, it looks like Kyle's going to have to serve a penalty. That sucks. He was having a good run. Maybe it won't hurt him too badly. He might be able to escape going a lap down. We don't have too many laps left, but that, I don't know, that might be enough for him to go 1 lap down. Maybe he can get the lucky dog. So on average, these pit stops were quicker than the guys who came down earlier. Yeah, Denny almost wiped out somebody. I don't know who it was. I think it was one of the slower Fords. Someone in a white car. I didn't see who it was. Kyle just tried to Kevin LePage the field. So, like I said, the guys that pit the latest there, they got passed by the group that was able to pack up. It's exactly what I said would happen. You would think that they would make faster stops and be able to jump out ahead because they were able to take less fuel. But I guess hesitating for the guys that are dropping out of the pack, you lose enough time to get past. It's the only thing I can think of. Because on average, that last group had faster stops. Man, these Penske guys are Kevin LePaging the field worse than Kyle Larson did. At least Kyle went low. Blaney and Cindric just tried to Kevin LePage the field. Carson, right rear down. Good thing that didn't happen in the pack, 3 wide. He gives you wings. All right, looks, yeah, Kyle Busch. Guess he served his penalty. So this graphic we have pulled up is ahead of the broadcast. So if you're wondering what's happening, keep an eye on that. But now that stops are over, we're going to take it down here in a second. Go back to our leaderboard. So they're 3 wide. We're racing to the end. 10 laps to go in the stage. Noah Gragson out front. AJ Allmendinger in second. Eric Jones, Joey Logano, and Ty Gibbs makes up our top 5. And we're back under side-by-side commercial. The King is dead. $5 super sticker. Thank you so much. King is dead is a huge supporter of the channel. He was actually playing with me the other night when I was playing NASCAR 25 online, and he hasn't run a ton of the NASCAR games before, and he hadn't run like really any races before he joined us online, and he was setting some good laps, so pretty impressive for a King is Dead. Yeah, massive W for King is Dead. Huge supporter of the channel. And a pretty good NASCAR driver. He was running with William Byron's Flame Scheme. Put me in the wall a couple times. We are under caution. Oh my goodness. I saw the caution on the ticker before I saw it happen on TV. Sorry if I spoiled it for you guys. I'll let you guys see what happens. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'll let you guys see it before I say anything. I looked over, I saw caution on the screen. I think I have 25. I don't have the newest one. I got last year's. No flip. We just had a mid-sized one. A lot of good cars involved. We have some playoff guys involved. Yes, major playoff implications. This probably going to shape the season. Oh my, we have a guy laying on the ground. It's AJ. AJ's laying on the ground. It looks like it looks like he fell out of the car and skid, because there's a skid mark right where he's laying. I don't know if that's smoke inhalation or if it's the hit he took, but AJ is laying on the ground next to his car, which is smoking profusely. It's on fire. Doesn't look like his car took too much damage, but with this next gen car, sometimes the hard hits, you know, don't look so bad. Ton of smoke, and the smoke inhalation is very dangerous. I hope he's okay. This next gen car is going to get someone killed if they don't fix it. They need to throw the whole thing out and, you know, do something. So they said 8+ cars. So Eric Jones, Ricky Stenhouse, AJ Allmendinger, Chase Elliott. Not sure who else. All right, AJ's up. Thank goodness. He definitely doesn't look too good there. Looks a little stiff, so maybe it was just the hit. Oh my goodness. At the front of the pack. 43 turns, Noah Gragson. You know, he didn't really do anything wrong there, but, you know, you're not really supposed to push in the corners if you're trying to be safe. There were too many laps left in the stage to be pushing like that. That was an idiotic move from the 43. So the major story here, Chase Elliott. I don't know if they can get that car repaired enough to make laps. I don't think he'll be able to stay with the pack. That thing is pretty bent up. And not like, oh, let's pull the dents out. It looks pretty bad. That is so crazy. He almost got through. Justin Haley out. Yeah, Alex Bowman, his teammate, right in front of him, just snuck through. Wrong place, wrong time. If that car hadn't been to the inside. I don't think Hamlin was involved. They don't really have a great camera angle of the whole wreck. Maybe this one will be a bit better. No, it's way too zoomed in. This is Fox Sports coverage. Zoom out so we can see what's happening. Goodness. They're focusing on 2 cars when there's 20 guys wrecking behind them. Ridiculous. So Cindric, some pretty big damage. Maybe broken toe link. That's going to take a decent amount of time to clean up. They're going to have to put Speedy Dry out where AJ just dropped a bunch of... Oh, yeah, he hit the wall hard. Hard hit on top of all that smoke. So Wallach had a pretty hard hit yesterday in the Xfinity race. Let's see if we have a replay of the incident. Nothing yet. Search big one and see if we can find it. Oh my goodness. Thank goodness it didn't have the Twitter page up. Nothing posted yet. Let's see if Xfinity has posted. Nope. No one's posted the caution yet. Be careful. Be careful what you see on Twitter. As soon as we get a replay, we'll pull it up for you guys. See, has NASCAR and NBC posted anything? Oh, no one's posted anything yet. Still no replay posted anywhere. That's wild. The Xfinity replays go up fast. All right, here we go. We have a GIF. Xfinity Racing. This account comes in clutch all the time. This is our first replay, even though it's low res. Kind of see. So look towards the front of the pack, the very front. You'll see AJ get into the wall pretty hard. Then Chase Elliott back in the pack. Chase almost had this wreck cleared. Austin Cindric just came down the track and took him out. Ended up clearing himself out as well. So if you want to be mad at someone, be mad at Austin Cindric there. Watch him just come down the track. It's like he didn't even try to avoid Elliott. Just like, sorry, buddy. I don't care that you're playoff racing. It was strategy. That's Penske strategy. Took out Chase Elliott so his teammates can advance. All right, here we go. Replay posted from NASCAR's official page. So a lot of guys coming down to pit now. I mean, if you're in the back of the pack, you might as well. That way you can come down for a shorter period of time under caution. Pretty hard hit there at the front of the pack. All the way up. And then towards the back of the pack. Just watch Elliott, and Cindric just comes down and clears out Chase Elliott, possibly ending his season right there. Just no awareness. He could have maybe hit the brakes, tried to slow down, but no, he just tries to drive through Chase Elliott. Ends up taking himself out and Chase Elliott. Just a stupid decision. Stupid decision. He got cleared out a second time, too. Chase could win. He's won there before, I think. Or he's gotten close, at least. I know he can run well there, but the next-gen car, you know, not the greatest on the short track. So I don't know. It's just a tough position to be in, too, especially if there's a playoff guy behind him. On the last lap, he can get cleaned out anyway. But it would have to be a really hard hit in this next-gen car to clear you out of Martinsville. Seems like all you have to do nowadays is ride the brakes, and you can withstand a bump and run. And what kicked all of this off, it wasn't a bad push, like, really. And it's not like it was a wild push. But here's the thing. There were, like, 10 laps to go in the stage. There's no reason to be pushing on the entry to the corner when the car is starting to load. If you want to back off and get a push mid-corner, maybe. If it's the last couple laps of the race, then maybe. But 10 laps to go in stage 1, there's no excuse to be pushing like this in the entry to the corner. And don't push like that on the exit of the corner when the car's starting to unload. It's just too early for that. Too early. So now Noah's out of it, and a lot of other good guys. I mean, some of them may be able to repair their car enough to run in the draft, but yeah, a few of these guys' days are definitely over, and Chase Elliott's season might be over as a result of this incident. Crazy stuff. Eric Jones on pit road. Chase Elliott still on pit road. AJ Allmendinger's car still sitting in front of the entrance to pit road. Kind of what? Oh no. Okay, so Chase Elliott's transponder must have been turned off there because Chase Elliott is in the garage area. Over. Chase Elliott is out of today's race. Not just behind the wall. He's done. How about that? How about that? All right, we're about to go back green. Rest in peace to Chase Elliott. Has that been enough of a blood sacrifice to calm these guys down? Or will we see another big one? It was pretty messed up. Even like it didn't look so bad body damage wise, but that was a pretty hard lick. Maybe something in the steering and maybe cracked something because there was fluid under the car. 35 DNFs. At this point, I hope so. Maybe it'll be like that one year. I forget which year it was. Maybe 2018 or something when we had that clash at Daytona and only like 6 cars finished, and Denny Hamlin in a lap down car pushed, I think, Eric Jones to the win. Something like that. I believe it was Denny pushing the 20 to the win. It was wild. Half the cars had damage that were still out there. Yeah, that was a disgusting race. Made me physically sick. Okay, we have 2 monster cars at the front. Monster. Even though the logo's green screened out. That's kind of wild. Coming to the line. Golly. They were trying to bring out another big one there. So a lot of these guys that just got damaged, they're probably going to come down and make even more repairs here. So we may have more competitive guys once we go back green. Yeah, you never know. You never know. The way they were just racing, I mean, they were going pretty hard. Blaney got pretty squirrely there at the end. Going to commercial with Sweet Home Alabama. Yeah, Gibbs P1 and Reddick P2, the 54 and the 45, both in Monster Energy cars. Yeah, we have a handful of people from the state of Alabama that are in this chat pretty frequently. We actually have a couple people that are normally here that are at the race. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised, Double A. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Bubba win. It's his home track. I know it would be special. It should be, at least. Hocevar recovered to P9. Not too bad after losing that right rear. That caution, I guess, was perfectly timed for him. The tracker is dead now. It has Austin Cindric just dead at the exit of pit road. Eric Jones, they're showing him still on pit road. So is Chase Elliott. AJ's car is still where it is on the entrance to pit road. And we have Justin Haley, Ricky Stenhouse, and Noah Gragson sitting in turn 4. Pull this up for you guys. So they haven't removed these guys from the tracker yet. So it's kind of ruined our view. Got our stage 1 results here in color. So Ryan Blaney getting stage points. Joey Logano also getting stage points. So inching their way back to the cut line. They're still way down below it. Bowman 11th. Bell, getting 1 stage point. Byron and Larson both missing out on stage points. That's disappointing for those guys. Kyle Busch able to recover from his penalty, 20th. And then down here in the muck, Noah Gragson, AJ, Eric, Stenhouse, Haley, Cindric, and Elliott out of it. So here pretty much Austin Dillon also received damage, but he may still be out there. It would be when I wear the Dale Senior hat, the 3. Cindric's running that poorly. The last time I wore this hat, I think during a stream, he won. He's not going to go back to back. Yeah, Hocevar had a few races slip through his fingers this year. He had some good runs, some close runs. Yeah, either top 10 or 15 or a DNF. That's, usually how guys will do earlier in their career. Feast or famine. It's kind of how Larson was early on. Alfredo's car tried to flirt with Brad's in the pit boxes. Succeeds but fails. I didn't see anything. So that's our stage 1 results there. Let's go ahead and boop. Close that out. Now, have they removed the dead drivers yet? They have. They cleaned up the leaderboard. Alfredo spun into his pit box. Oh my goodness. Fast Pasta. Back at it. It's always cool when someone spins into the pit box backwards. Looks pretty neat. Austin Dillon's on pit road trying to repair the damage. Still on pit road as of right now. Already 3 laps into stage 2. Already an hour into this race. All right, they're interviewing AJ, so he survived. He was just taking a nap, you know. Look at that, King is dead. Another $5 super sticker. That's back to back. Thank you for that. King is dead, as we mentioned earlier, huge supporter of the channel. We really appreciate it here. A lot of guys on pit road. Osavar is a debris magnet. He has debris in his grill. How about that? Looks like there's a fair amount of empty seats today. Are you watching on Peacock, Jonathan fan? Because I've heard that on Peacock they're running full screen ads. On NBC, most of them have been side by side. I know sometimes it differs from TV provider to TV provider. I remember I was watching one race. I was getting side-by-side ads. They were getting full screen. We were both watching on USA, but they were just getting full screen ads. I think through Fubo. And I was watching through DirecTV. Yeah, that's exactly how it is. They get in as many ads as they could. That was one of the original reasons for the stage breaks, is so they could run ads. Oh my goodness, Justin with the $5 super chat. Thank you. Following in the King is Dead's footsteps. That's huge. He said, donation to turn AJ into a cyborg too. We have the technology. We have some very, very generous people in the community. I appreciate it, but I don't want anyone to feel like they have to ever donate. You guys just being here and chatting with me, that's more than enough. I enjoy talking NASCAR during the races and after the races. It's a good time to plug. After the race, we will be going live with our post-race show. So look for that after the race. It should automatically transition you guys over. But if not, it'll be back here on this channel. And you can call in at the number on screen. Oh my goodness, another one. Double A. Donation to put Kansas in the 7 car. Eric Estep would be a huge fan of that. I bet Eric would put up money too. He would put up good money. Probably try to get an associate sponsor on the car. He's raced the 6 car. Let's see what he does in the 7 car. 6, 7. I'm sorry about that. I can't help myself. Yes, thank you, Double A. Double A, Justin 87, and the King is Dead. Thank you guys. Oh my goodness. Yeah, thank you so much. I do go through a lot of monsters. Once, so King and I were playing Battlefield last night. And I got a headache because I didn't have a monster yesterday. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Now we can chill with the super chats. Let's just enjoy this stage 2 racing. That's huge though. That's huge. Several huge donations in a row. King is Dead, Justin 87, and Double A. Yeah, if YouTube had hype trains. I wish YouTube had a lot more features for the live streams. I wish they had a channel point system. That would be great. That way you guys could have some more interactivity with the stream. Redeem the points for different stuff. More emotes. They lock your emotes, how many emotes you can have, by how many members you have. I think we have 5. So maybe we've unlocked another emote slot, but I don't think so. That's huge, Justin. That's huge. Especially to a recently partnered channel. I've only been partnered now for September and now October. You know, we have a decent amount of subscribers, but my content is so diverse. Any individual stream can bring in different groups of people. So my NASCAR following isn't the majority of my subscribers. Christian Riley said trucks went somewhat clean. Xfinity a Wreckfest, and there's a good possibility that this race is going to turn into a Wreckfest in the 3rd stage. It could happen at any moment. You know, Hocevar cut down a right rear, and he's lucky he didn't do that in the pack. Very lucky. Best case scenario for cutting down a right rear is you're in the back on the inside, or you're on the outside line towards the back. Justin said his content, it was diverse until recently. He's been doing Iowa high school football. Yeah, it seems like YouTube really penalizes you for branching out. And maybe not just YouTube specifically, but the algorithm. So people that are interested in Call of Duty content, if you stream fishing content, those people aren't going to cross over usually. So YouTube rewards you for doing one thing repetitively. Yeah, it's all about the algorithm. I just say screw it sometimes. I'll stream the most random games or put up the most random content. That's just how I enjoy doing it, even though it's not the successful option. So right now we're 3 wide at the front. Barry, Bush, and Riley Herbst, the best he's run all season. How many laps till Riley Herbst wrecks the whole field? That's not far from the truth, Johnson fan. That's not far from the truth. Yeah, one thing I need to add, I don't know if I can do it for super chats, but I need to add, it just pulled up an urgent care on my phone. Am I dying? Riley Herbst versus Cody Ware for the 2026 championship. Definitely. We need to get that Arby's car in Victory Lane, get a race to win version. What did Justin say? If YouTube works out for you, you'll do a college game day type of thing and visit high school games every... Oh, that sounds awesome, Justin. That sounds really awesome. I like that. I like that idea a lot. That'd be really cool. Yeah, I'm all for independent coverage of sports. That's why we're here. That's why we do the post-race show. You know, plenty of sports fans out there. And the internet's a great way to, you know, communicate with people in the fan base, kind of get a pulse of what's going on in that sport, in that community. That's why in our post-race coverage, I have that call-in line. I like hearing from you guys on what you guys are. I know I have my thoughts, but I'm biased. Everyone has a little bias, so I want to hear what your biases are. You forget that Iowa and Nebraska exist. It's sad. They used to be really big, and they still are to an extent. But, you know, in the classic era of football, in the 70s, 80s, they were really big football programs. So are you an Iowa State guy, or are you a Cyclone guy? If you're either. You love all the Iowa colleges? Good for you. That's a very generous way to live. So we have a Toyota leading the inside line, Toyota in the middle line. Well, there was. And now we have a Ford leading the outside line. And we have a Chevy now leading the middle line. Kyle Busch is kind of bouncing between that middle groove and the outside groove. The inside line is kind of falling apart. I wouldn't doubt their fuel saving again, because that inside line is somehow able to keep up. You're both be like the Cyclones more, but they fell off. I forget his name, but I used to work at a NASA visitor center, and there was an astronaut there that would come speak. So I got to talk to him a little bit, you know, whenever he would just come in and out or do presentations, whatever. And he had a son that played, I believe, maybe tight end for the Cyclones, probably in 2016. And then the Hawkeyes, King and I, we've been to a Hawkeyes game. We saw LSU beat the snot out of them in the Outback Bowl in 2013, maybe. It was a great time. Go Tigers. We'll probably go to one in a few years or so. Indy put on some good races there. This year wasn't as good, but especially the years Jimmy was active, they were really entertaining. So under side by side, again, you know, whenever we go under commercial, that's when we're most likely to get a caution. So watch out. Oof. It hurts so bad to lose in a bowl game, because that's supposed to be your year-end celebration. And nowadays, a lot of players opt out because they're going to the NFL. And, you know, especially if you've had a down season, it's not a very prestigious bowl game. The guys won't play 100%. So it's frustrating, especially if you travel to it. I've been to a few LSU bowl games where it didn't go well. I've been to a few LSU season openers where it didn't go well. But I've also been to some that did go well. So, you know, there's that. You're back home. Welcome back. Hopefully you're settled in and tuned into the race. We're a third through stage 2. It's been a pretty clean stage so far. Really just 2 dominant lines right now. They're running the middle groove and the high line. That inside line's kind of fallen apart, at least at the front of the pack. We have two Toyotas on the inside. On the outside, leading the outside line, we have Anthony Alfredo in that Beard 62 Chevy. You focus on 4A Iowa football mostly, but you'll do 5A and 3A sometimes. That's really cool. That's really cool. I feel like where I am, we don't have the best high school programs. The culture is not really about taking it too seriously. So yeah, I think Iowa and Nebraska would be a better place to do it than here. Like the big places to do it would be like Florida, Texas, and some parts of California. They develop a ton of players. Herbst is him. I have a strange feeling this won't end well for him. I don't know, maybe because it never does for him. You went to your school's homecoming game and you actually won? That's good. I went to one single homecoming a couple years after I graduated or something like that, because I was invited to escort out a guy who was a freshman when I was a senior. So I guess a few years after I left. So I put on my suit and tie, and I was there for senior night. I don't remember my senior night, but apparently I had him on field with me or something like that. I don't remember that at all. I don't remember really anything at all about high school. That's all gone. Yeah, we almost had a wreck at the front of the pack. I don't know if Alfredo just lost it or if he thought that was a side draft. I'm not sure what that was. Right now, Busch to the lead. Now, Anthony Alfredo's in that second line. Looks like he's trying to gravitate back towards the top. He's clear to the top if he wants it. Yeah. Anthony Alfredo's just trying to intimidate. Yeah, I mean, maybe he did think he was clear. You know, he's not really used to these next-gen cars. He only races them a couple times a year. So maybe, you know, he's used to the Xfinity car that gets a bigger run. Maybe he just thought he would have that position clear by the time he got down there. It looked really weird, really sudden. Hamlin fan said that was a crash that didn't happen. Lee Diffie, 2025 Yellawood 500 at Talladega. That's right. Good to see that beer team run well. They're a very, very, very small operation. And I think they might have a couple full-time employees. Falling back in the running order right now. McDowell out front, so you have a Chevy being pushed by two Penske guys. The Penske guys are having a good run. I thought they would. It's just a matter of if they make it through all the big ones. Yellawood. I don't know if you guys remember the old Yellawood commercials. The yellow fella. It was this cowboy character. But his outfit was yellow. Why do you feel like Busch will either win or have a top 5 day? I could see it going really well, and in the last second he DNFs. That's Kyle Busch's luck this year. But he knows how to win here, so we'll see if he can be there when it matters. You've never heard of Yellawood? Man, they used to be all over the TV. The yellow fella. Nowadays, they just have these like beaver commercials where beavers are like stealing lumber and stuff. Yeah, Cody Ware to the front. Arby's, baby. That's my quarterback. That's my quarterback. I believe in Rick Ware supremacy. Now, they have to be fuel saving. For a 4-car group to stay very close to the front of the pack, sometimes at the front of the pack with only 4 cars, they've got to be fuel saving. Let's take a look. Let's look at Cody Ware. Bang. So this is the throttle trace. Keep an eye on that. 90% for Cody, down to 70. McDowell's hovering around 70. What's Kyle doing? 71. So yeah, definitely in fuel saving right now. So while we're under commercial, I'll leave this screen up for now. You guys can see in pretty much real time if a caution comes out. Earlier during the that other caution we had, the big caution, I saw it happen on this tracker before it happened on TV. You literally pick Cody Ware to win. If you're gonna pick Cody to win at any time, you know, today's the day. one of the plate tracks. When I was really big into NASCAR fantasy, I would always pick the guys that are back markers usually, because you only get like 10 uses per driver or something during the regular season, maybe 5 uses, I forget what it is. So I would always use up the back markers at the plate tracks. You always pick Hocevar. Cindric got some damage in that earlier incident. 10 uses in season. Yeah. So when I did it my first year, I didn't know it reset in the playoffs. So I had been rationing my uses of, you know, the front runners just to find out it reset in the playoffs. I was very upset. I could have had a lot more high point finishes if I had known. Yeah, Cindric 39th. Yeah, I don't think he's going to win today. Yeah, I feel like they should advertise that a bit better. I should have kept playing. I played at the very start of the season, but I just didn't keep setting my lineups. I should have, because you get points for participating in the fantasy for the fan rewards program. I try to get every point I can. I might just make champion before the season ends. I'm like maybe 500 points off or something. All right, still 3 wide. Busch in the outside, McDowell on that the middle groove. Cody Ware still leading that inside line. Only 5 cars on the inside line. Yes, you have to check in, AA. You have to check in. I'll let you in on a little secret. If you're on Android, you can download a GPS app. And you can use the NASCAR Tracks app to check in. Free points. In Minecraft. In Minecraft. I would never do that in real life. Who won Stage 2? Stage 2 is not over yet. Show you the Stage 1 results. Ty Gibbs, Tyler Reddick, John Hunter Nemechek, Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano. These 2 guys getting much needed playoff points. Bell getting 1. Byron and Larson missing out. Back to our leaderboard. I did see that video. Yeah, it was the thumbnail was just like Sheldon Creed's car, but without the sponsorship on it. And it was like, he can't win or something like that. That was funny. Yeah, Arby's, baby. Get your steak nuggets. I haven't tried them yet, but I have plans. I have plans to try those steak nuggets. I'm sure they're fantastic. I'm going to take my own A1 steak sauce, though, because they give you barbecue sauce to eat with the nuggets. I don't want barbecue sauce. I want A1. That's America's steak sauce. If the restaurant doesn't have A1, you get up and leave. Actually, I mean, I usually don't eat steak sauce, but I just like the steak itself. If the steak itself is prepared well enough, you don't need steak sauce. But if it's cheap steak, throw some A1 on that bad boy. If Cody Ware wins the stage today, you'll root for Justin Haley. Yeah, go switch from the 8 car to the 7 car. You have a feeling that Cody Ware is up to something suspicious. They're falling back right now. It looks like maybe they're picking up the pace, possibly, because they're going to start their green flag pit stop soon. How do I like my steak? Medium rare. Medium rare. I don't like when it's like, I'll eat rare and I'll eat medium, but I don't like when it's so rare that when you cut into it, it's like not holding together well, and it's, you know, harder to chew and stuff. Medium's dangerous because a medium steak on its own is fine if it's actually medium, but if you ask for a medium steak, if you're out, like, you know, at a restaurant or something, oftentimes they'll overcook it a bit, so it ends up being closer to medium well, and not a fan of that. Yeah, that inside line kind of died off. I think these guys picked up the pace a little bit, and that inside line was already pretty weak. I think we're gonna see in the next maybe 4 laps, we'll see some guys filter down to that inside line to begin green flag pit stops. Maybe around lap 40. Could happen sooner. Could also happen a bit later. Maybe around lap 42. If we're going off of what they did in stage 1. Yeah, I'm not trying to eat some crunchy steak, but then again, you know, steak is steak. I'll choke it down however I can. My grandfather used to make some really good steaks. Knew how to buy them, knew how to pick them. Hopefully no one pits from the 3rd lane again. Yeah, that was ridiculous, Denny doing that. That's just peak Denny Hamlin. He's a really good driver. You know, one of the, you know, top probably 15 best all time. Maybe top, you know, 20 if you're going to, you know, go more conservative. But he's definitely up there. And to be doing it as successful as he is at the age he is even more impressive. His rookie year was super impressive to me. He's a really good driver. But every once in a while, he makes a bonehead move like that, and it drives me up the wall. I don't understand it. That was crazy. I don't know who that was, but he almost cleaned somebody out at the back of the pack. I think it was a Ford. We almost saw Ty Dillon 2.0. And Denny's already locked into the next round, so it didn't matter to him. I wish I lived in the timeline where Denny Hamlin got cleared out and that big one didn't happen. I feel so bad for Chase Elliott. Taken out by Austin Cindric. Oh, yes. I think you're right. I think you might be right, Christian. That's definitely a good guess. All right, that inside line is kind of dying off. Only 5 cars in that inside line. Everyone else has jumped to the outside, with Josh Berry leading on the inside. Busch leading the outside line. We're only a few laps away from the majority of our green flag pit stops. I'll keep you guys updated as soon as I see anyone dip down. I mean, you guys will see it here on the track, or I'll leave this up until green flag pit stops are over. May go back to the leaderboard every once in a while. But this is a great way to keep up with the stops. Yeah, it would. Imagine running off the pace by yourself and then suddenly a guy brake checks you at full speed. So we do have a few cars on pit road. So a very small pack of drivers. Looks like they pit from the end of the tail end of the field. They're gonna get swallowed up here. So this ticker is about 30% of a lap ahead of what I'm seeing on the antenna. So it's probably like a full lap ahead of you guys if you're watching over a streaming service. Austin Hill P9, that was my dark horse pick. I just wasn't sure how well prepared that 33 car was. So right now, where I'm at, and you guys are a little delayed from me, but not too far. The cars are heading into turn 4 right about now. So I don't know how far ahead of you guys that is. Peacock might be pretty close to the TV broadcast, but usually the antenna is about 30 seconds ahead of the broadcast from a streaming service. It reminded you of the 83 BK racing car almost cleared a couple coming to pit road back in 16 or 17. Where has the third fastest lap? That's my GOAT. They're going into turn 3 right now on mine. So I'm a little bit behind the ticker that you guys see on the stream. All right, we should see a few more guys coming to pit road soon. We have 3 lines that have developed. Ware versus Herbst down to the line. The battle of mid. Take a look at our leaderboard real quick. Anyone coming down this lap? No one coming down this lap. This is what Ware versus Herbst reminds me of. This image right here. The battle of mid. I'm going to leave that up. Just in case I need to pull that image back out later. Yeah, I mean, green flag pit stops are always dangerous. You know, it's a time where guys can speed coming on a pit road, get penalties, and it's also times where guys can lock up the brakes, because if they're not actively dragging the brake right now, warming them up, then they're not preparing themselves for the stops. If they come in on cold brakes, you see guys lock up the tires, you'll see guys sometimes spin. Oh, you didn't see it? Battle of mid. I love that picture. All right, let's see if anyone comes down pit road this time by. We do have some cars coming down pit road, it looks like. Ty Dillon, one of them. A couple of guys on pit road. Ty and Anthony Alfredo. So two of the backmarker Chevys. It's probably a safer move to pit there. You know, you're going to lose time to the field. But man, you got to be fast to be ahead of me. I'm watching on antenna. This is raw. This is as raw as it gets. No internet processing. I encourage everyone to buy an antenna. It can be your fail-safe if the internet goes out. Great for situations like severe weather. All right, we have more cars down pit road. Kyle Busch into his pit. Cody Ware, Josh Berry. Take a look at their stops. Austin Hill as well. McDowell. So Busch with a 4.1, allegedly. I don't really believe the times they have on there. Ware with a 5.3. Austin Hill with a 4.8. Berry with a 3.1. Very fast stop. McDowell with a 4.8. So looks like Berry's leading them off. You don't need an antenna. The race is done for you. Screaming fast. Hey, that's that AT&T fiber. You're just ahead of everybody. That's the low latency mode of YouTube TV. RFK 123. Interesting. That's good organization from those RFK guys. Looks like they'll be coming soon since they're on the inside. Let's pull this back open to see if anyone comes down pit road. Nope, no one split off that time. Interesting. Interesting. Hopefully Priest stays at RFK. It depends on if they're able to secure a charter. Because right now they're renting one. And Rick Ware Racing is trying to sell some of their charters permanently instead of just renting. So I believe Priest's charter may have been sold to Legacy. So they'll have to secure a charter elsewhere or try to buy out another Rick Ware charter. Charter system's a pain. All right, we do have Priest, Keselowski, and Buescher on pit road this time. Interesting, you know, pitting with three guys. It'll be interesting to see if they can hold pace with the pack once they get out. Three cars running alone. Will they be able to hold pace? Or will they possibly be able to link up with these Fords that are behind them? Show you guys what I'm talking about. We have this second group of Fords back here with Josh Berry. They might be able to close in. All right, looks like a lot of the field's coming down this time. The majority. Chris Buescher, too fast entering. Penalty. Oh my goodness, SVG locked it up. He's around. We stay green. That was a really clean slide. SVG looks like he's stuck, though. This could bring out a yellow. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is going to bring out a caution. That was a really clean slide, though. It didn't take anyone out. Not really a lot of damage on that car. He will probably go at least a lap down here. Caution. Caution is out. Wow. Wow. SVG ran out of talent. He was having a decent day. Woo! Smaller brake package, probably cold brakes. Locked up very clean. You know, a lot of times you'll see a guy lock them up and get into somebody. Ends up taking them out. He did get into the back of Bell, but he hit him really flush. Once we get a replay, we'll pull it up for you guys. Probably be a minute. Wow. Oh, whoa. Someone door slammed another guy. Who was that? Little contact. Let's see if we see it from this angle. Is that a Hocevar? That door slammed maybe Reddick? Or is that Ty Gibbs? I guess it's Ty Gibbs. Yeah, Ty Gibbs and Hocevar into the side of Ty Gibbs. Hey, the picture is going to come in handy. Bang. Hocevar and Ty Gibbs. Battle of Mid. You don't think NASCAR's ever going to go back on the charter system for Cup, because who's going to give the teams that bought charters their millions back? Because we all know NASCAR isn't giving away money. The teams want to stay with it for the majority of them. We'll see what happens with this lawsuit. NASCAR looks like they're wanting to settle, so I don't know what that means for the rest of the teams that already agreed and signed. But I am glad that they're willing to settle, because NASCAR kicking Michael Jordan out of the sport would have been a black eye on the sport. So SVG is saying he hit water possibly, which is understandable. That a big system pushed through last night. So that infield might be a bit wet. They're actually showing some weeping seams right now. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some water. He's the only one that slid, though. Yeah, Hamlin fan, ahead of the curve, man. Your street's ahead. Yeah, I think you're onto something there, Christian. I could see them wanting to go away from it, but the teams don't want it to go away because they like their guaranteed cut of the money, but they're not given enough. There was an internal memo leaked from NASCAR, I guess maybe as a part of the court case. I'm not sure how this got out, but NASCAR is worried internally about the Saudis or possibly the teams splitting off and making their own racing league. Either a summer series or an off-season series or just a full-on NASCAR clone funded by the Saudi government. So kind of like a Live Tour PGA golf situation. Maybe we'll talk about that during the post-race a little bit. But yeah, internal memo between them. They were worried about that, about a possible competitor stealing some of their revenue, and they were saying that NASCAR, the organization, is too reliant on the broadcast money, and they're trying to diversify their income streams. Well, a big thing they could do is, improve the product and improve the fan experience at the track. Bring back Trackside Live and put it on TV. Put Trackside Live on TV. Bring back NASCAR Race Day. I'll do that my first 100 days in office. Vote for me, NASCAR president. I'll bring back Trackside Live to TV. It was the original College Game Day. because College Game Day, they started their in-person in '03. Trackside Live and NASCAR Race Day started maybe a little after that, but they were bigger. NFL executives actually came by to check out how NASCAR Race Day and how Trackside Live were doing their shows because they wanted something similar. When does NFL ever look at NASCAR and how to do things? They used to. Trackside Live and NASCAR Race Day added so much to the at-track experience because you wanted to be in the crowd. You wanted to see the driver interviews. You wanted to be on TV when they would pan over the crowd. It was huge. It was huge. Christian said if it was Denny himself, I don't think NASCAR would have a problem kicking 2311 out. But because a worldwide name is in that team, NASCAR doesn't want to ruin their reputation. It's also the second largest Toyota team. And with a billionaire behind the wheel. So it would hurt Toyota as a manufacturer to kick out 2311. And then you possibly, like, Bubba would probably find somewhere else to go. But, I mean, you run the risk of losing Bubba, which does appeal to, you know, his own fan base. And Jordan opens up avenues to expand the fan base. Jordan is a huge brand. So it's really cool to see Jordan brand on the car when they are. So it'd be interesting to see if the guys at the back of the pack end up coming down pit road for service, because you might as well top off the car. That's what happened last cycle. Guys came down after the big one and topped off on fuel so they could take less under the stage caution. Denny Hamlin fan said in Atlanta 2024, he said to his friend, imagine Suarez winning a super speedway race and he won that night. Well, who's going to win today? That's what we need to know. Oh, you actually predicted the 500 last year with your stop motion? That's really cool. That's really cool, Hamlin fan. A lot of work goes into the stop motions. We have a lot of stop motion creators in the NASCAR community. We have a few in our community. It's so much effort that goes into that. Eric Estep, you guys know him from Out of the Groove. He got his start doing those stop motions. A lot of Blaney fans. I see a Talladega Nights Ricky Bobby shirt back there. Safety violation for Ty Dillon hitting a tire into the one worker, one a crew guy. I don't know if that's the tire changer. I don't know who that is. He's inside the wheel well of the 21 and hits a tire, a whole wheel, into the legs of the guy working inside the car. That's a really weird situation there. Let's see if we have a replay of that last incident with SVG. We do. We do. What a wild slide this is. You see him get into the back of Christopher Bell there. Looks like he tapped Byron as well. You see Byron get a little upset. Boop. Little tiny touch. Just a very controlled slide. And then he gets into this presumably waterlogged grass. All right. We're back under green. Next time we get some breathing room, we'll look back at that. So Briscoe taking care of business right now. Under this next stage break, I need to take some notes. You feel like a big one is going to end the stage because of Larson? That could happen. So as they run, Larson is 39 above the cut line, Bell 24 above, and Byron is 24 below the cut line, Elliott 69 below. So the gap is widening. As Byron did not get stage points in stage 1. So he lost some ground to the Penske guys. And Bell got 1 point. These Chevys are not the best pushers with that angled nose. A couple years ago at the Daytona 500, the William Byron and Alex Bowman took out half the field in 2 separate incidents. Yes. Yes. Larson's done that a few times. I don't know. Will Caution Hocevar do something here? The newest owner in the Chili's franchise. I don't know if you guys have heard about that, but Carson Hocevar bought his local... Oh my goodness. Larson almost turned Briscoe. Carson Hocevar bought his local Chili's franchise because the rumor was it was going out of business. Well, it wasn't. It was a fake rumor, but he bought it anyway. They almost wrecked there on that last lap. That was wild stuff. There could be a wreck here. Final lap of stage 2. I hope they make it around. I don't want to see a wreck right now. All right, the inside line has more help. Byron couldn't push him. The Chevys can't push. Briscoe's going to take stage 2. The Chevys can't push. Byron, as soon as Byron got there, Larson lost it. He got there a second time. Larson almost lost it again. The Chevys can't push. At least these Hendrick Chevys can't. Wild stuff. As soon as the stage 2 results get posted, we'll bring those up. Yeah, no kidding. On our leaderboard, we have Chase Briscoe first, Larson second, third, Hocevar fourth, William Byron fifth, Christopher Bell sixth, Ty Gibbs seventh, Ryan Blaney eighth, Todd Gilliland ninth, John Hunter Nemechek, and 10th, Alex Bowman. Missing out on stage points, we have Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin, and obviously Chase Elliott. NASCAR logged me out of my account. Bit odd. Maybe the NASCAR website broke. Did we break the NASCAR website? There we go. I'm signed back in now, I think. Apparently not. So we've lost access to use the tracker. Close out NASCAR.com. Reopen it. It's just busted. We broke the NASCAR website, guys. This is not good. Oh, that's disappointing. At least we have our own leaderboard to go off of. I liked that ticker, though. I'll be right back, guys. I'll read these real quick. No points for Logano's huge. Larson and Briscoe getting most stage points is bad for the guys that need the points. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Mr. Spaceman, I missed you last night. I don't know if you had me added back yet, but I didn't see you online on Battlefield. So I got off. I got back on. And then when I was getting off at 4, I still didn't see you online on Battlefield. So I was going to go to sleep, but I didn't fall asleep. So sadly, I did not, I didn't get any sleep. That's the full story. I need to take some notes real quick. I'm just seeing Kyle Busch's penalty was too fast exiting. That is wild. I see your comment now. I hadn't read it fully yet. I just saw the avoiding race spoilers. No. The Colts are going to win. I guess that game already started. Started at 3:05, right? Oh yeah, it's looking good right now. 6-3. That's basically a guaranteed win. Guaranteed win. You're putting your 4A Week 9 ranking in the Discord. Awesome. Whenever I open Discord, I'll take a look at it. It could definitely happen, Hamlin fan. Ty Dillon can tell you that firsthand. If you remember the Indy Road Course a few years back. And on lap 47, Ross Chastain was too fast. I didn't know about that penalty. Lap 49. Carson Hocevar. Flat right rear. And on lap 52. And then stage 2 or stage 1 results. Lap 112, SVG spins coming to pit road. And then stage 2 results. Still take notes on pen and paper. Maybe if I had an extra monitor, I would just take digital notes, but easier for me to use a notepad right now. Gilbert has an easy schedule. Interesting. Gonna dig into some Iowa high school 4A. You'd like to see the CFB champions take on the worst NFL team of the year. That would be cool, but dangerous. Like, imagine an NFL or college player getting injured in an exhibition. No, I have 2 monitors. I used to have 3, but I gave one away. So I'm down to 2. I don't really have space for a 3rd in my current configuration. I would need a stand for my PC, and I would need a stand for my television separate from the desk, and possibly mount all 3 monitors. Maybe mount 1 monitor above my main. It's a really wide desk, but 3 monitors side by side takes up a lot of room. And I also need room for a bigger mouse pad. So eventually we'll do that. Eventually. Maybe when next season starts, we'll have this setup worked out. But soon after next season starts, I'll probably be moving. Possibly. Oh yeah, I have decent room. I could fit 4 monitors side by side if I didn't have my PC and my TV up here. But I have a full, like, I don't know, 48-inch TV or something up here, and 2 24-inch monitors, and then a giant PC tower. And I also have room for my MacBook to sit up here too, with a keyboard for my Raspberry Pi and the keyboard for my main PC and the Stream Deck. So there's a lot going on up here. And the DAC for my headset. All right. Green flag in stage 3. Yeah, man. Eventually, probably won't do it here, but whenever I move again, I would love to have this desk with, you know, my main gaming PC, whatever. And I would like to have another desk over here behind me so I can sit and face that way, put a camera in front, and do like a show. And then have the computer in the background. That always makes a good backdrop. That's right, Bush leading what's already dissolved of the inside lane. That inside lane is going to suffer here. Only 3 guys in that inside line right now towards the front. There's a third outside line that's developed. It's pretty healthy. And then that second groove, the middle groove right now, is the strongest. Yeah, 60 laps. Stages are pretty equal. You know, there's a lot of tracks where stage 3 is like double the size of stage 1 and 2, but I guess they didn't want to do that because of fuel saving being an issue. Best case scenario is like 35 laps in, we have a small, you know, wreck or a caution for something, debris, just whatever. They come in, they all pit, and they have enough fuel to make it to the end. That would make it a very tight race. But if we don't, we're going to get semi-fuel saving for the next 35 laps or so. And then we'll have the pit stops, and maybe they can run full on after that. We'll see. And we'll have guys try to cut it close on their fuel. So we could see guys run out at the end. If it runs long, or even if it just finishes normal distance, we could see guys run out trying to take less fuel if they pit under green. Let's keep an eye on that. If they fail to give him enough fuel to make it to the end somehow, Denny, I think, is legally allowed to line up his team and shoot them. All right, the inside line has died off for the most part. There's still a handful of cars out there, but they've fallen back. So we're getting that outside line freight train here for a little bit, it looks like. See if anybody wants to step out and take their chance at leading that inside line. Anthony Alfredo up there in 4th, Bush 2nd. We have 2 Toyotas out front. Yep. Yeah, it looks like we're, have something of a freight train. That inside line's still trying. They're still able to keep up somewhat because of the fuel saving. So all Toyotas at the front. Ty Gibbs, John Hunter Nemechek, Tyler Reddick, and Bubba Wallace. The 4 Yodas up there. They could work together and control this, slow the pace of the race if they wanted to. That would be the ultimate strategy for all these Toyota guys. Okay, well, Ty Gibbs just ditched Bubba Wallace, so that weakens that inside line a little bit more. Joey messed up car? I haven't seen anything wrong with Joey. I bought this hat at the RCR hauler at the track, actually at Talladega. So I would check RCR because they sell some 3 merchandise that has the Goodwrench, GM Goodwrench logo on the front. I don't think it's technically branded Dale Senior merchandise. I was saying, oh, that's what they were talking about. Yeah. I want to say he's probably fine. Somehow he'll make his way into the round of 4 somehow. Well, Joey's leading that inside line. He got a little loose off of the nose of Ryan Blaney there. Hopefully nothing's wrong with the car, because if he had an issue, it could take out the whole field. So now we have a couple Fords there at the front. Keselowski behind them in line. Brad probably knows how to work with Blaney and Logano pretty well from his time at Penske. So interesting. We went from a freight train just a few laps ago back to side by side. We still have at least like 15, 20 laps. 15 at the very low side until green flag stops. Logano will commit vehicular manslaughter. Well, he's out front right now, so maybe a bad block. We've seen that before from Logano. These 2 Fords, these guys at the front, they know how to get it done on the plate tracks, but they're also very aggressive. Even Brad is very aggressive with his pushes. So watch for that. But the advantage they have is the front end on the Fords are pretty flat, especially compared to the Camry and the Camaro, especially the Camaro. So it is a little easier for them to make the clean pushes. Golly, tired. I may need another monster. Is NBC just speedrunning making the worst shows possible? An Office spinoff, and then, like, I don't know, whatever that commercial was? How to ruin a network. Logano's still out front. That inside line is now the dominant line. Even though that outside line has an equal, if not more, cars, the third line may be siphoning energy from that middle groove. Let's keep an eye on that and see if any of these guys from the middle groove abandon and go up top. The top groove is shaping up pretty well. Tyler Reddick, very loose off of the nose of, I think, Kyle Busch there. Those Chevys have a hard time pushing. Watch for that. A little off center there. They're skating around. Oh, yeah. Reddick almost into the wall. That would not have been good. Woo! It's like Reddick was just trying to move around as soon as Busch made contact. Wasn't very far off center with that push, so... Oh my goodness. Busch is in a monster sandwich right now. He's between Herbst and Tyler Reddick. I don't like this. This is about the part of the race where Kyle Busch wrecks. I think Barry might be out of fuel. That would be odd. Maybe fuel pressure. I did see him lose the pack earlier. Something really bad would have had to happen for him to run out of fuel. I don't know. If you learn anything more about it, let us know. He went to the garage. Ah. I didn't see that. Yay! My NASCAR website's working again. Yay! It was broken for a while. It's finally back. A lot of Fords on that inside line. They have it locked down. They could hold the field hostage if they wanted to. Keep them from pitting. Yeah, it would be interesting to know, because we're hearing Joey smelling gear oil, allegedly. And yeah, I see Barry. That's funny. Cindric's car is still parked there. So it was taken off the track earlier. Now it's back. But parked there at the exit of pit road. And Barry, they haven't removed his car yet, but it may disappear here in a second. But yeah, if Barry has a gearbox thing, then what could Logano be complaining about? You know, could it be the same thing? Because sometimes when a team has one failure, you'll see the other cars start to fail in succession. So maybe they went a little too aggressive on some setup we don't know about. Maybe they thought they had an advantage with something to do with the gearing. Herbst. Left front down, maybe? That split the field up pretty heavily. Be interesting to see, you know, they're not having to shift right now, but it would be interesting to see under green flag pit stops or maybe even a restart if that gearbox in Logano's car will hold on. Good save there for Riley Herbst. That was pretty heads up driving. Heads up driving for everyone in, around him in the field too. They're just parked. They're not servicing, so maybe a mechanical issue. That's odd. Yeah, that's really odd. I thought he maybe just had a tire down. That's definitely a bad break. And now, if you're a Toyota guy, you got to be a little nervous. What happened there to cause that part failure? That'd be hilarious. Not the first time that Hamlin took out a teammate or a team driver he owns. He's done both. You think 22 is to the point they're going to go till something actually does break? Oh, for sure. For sure. There's, especially a gearbox issue, there's probably not much they can do right now. Just got to hold on and hope it makes it. But especially since they're not shifting right now, I wonder if that part's just holding on until maybe a few more shifts. If he blew up, did he drop any fluid on the track? That could be a concern. Apparently not. We're still green. Haven't seen a big issue yet. We are 3 wide once more. 44 laps to go. So we're closing in on our pit window. So these guys will probably try to run for a bit, you know, just in case the big one strikes. They're not already done with their service, you know, they probably want to be comfortable with the fuel window. But green flag stops could start at any moment now. Don't lie to me. I see those yellow flags. You scared me. Yeah, we have a lot of Fords up there. When they come to pit road, they're going to be a very tough group to deal with. Fewer numbers, but it'll be easier to manage. How many laps down is Barry? Right now, 12 down. Now 13. That's a very high percentage. Yeah, it seems like it, that's for sure. Thank goodness we have side by side. Used to, they would just go full screen and you would just miss, you know, 3 laps. You'd miss a huge wreck, whatever. That was really frustrating. I'm out. Another. Not enough liquid in the Red Bulls. I think I have used too much caffeine lately because they don't really work anymore. So the thing is, even when I don't really need the caffeine, I just like drinking them because I enjoy the taste of the Monster. So if I could just get a decaf version, I would still drink it. They used to have one, but it didn't sell well. Denny Hamilton says he bets that the Penske guys will have the same fate as Barry. That's a pretty big bet to make, but it is very suspicious. We heard a complaint about gearbox or gear oil from Logano. That's a very foul smell, so there's no mistaking that. Yeah, Chase is in a pretty bad situation. Now down 62. Byron's pretty much in a win situation. It could improve before the end of this race, but I mean, it looks like there's only going to be one Hendrick guy in that final group. Golly. 3 Hendrick guys in this final 8. Only one's going to make it. All right, Double A. That's hilarious, Justin. Bell's all over the track. SVG's up there running in. He was 4th. Now he's 5th. SVG, the guy who brought out the last caution, spinning on the pit road. Well, caution for incident, I should say. Yeah, SVG's up there. If he won at here at Talladega, that would be so wild. By the way, SVG's been more active on Twitter lately, so if you guys don't follow SVG and you do have a Twitter, he is a funny guy to follow. He definitely has a unique personality. Someone tweeted out a video of them using SVG's car in NASCAR 25, and he just tweeted, "Take care of my ride." Your race just cut off? Gotta fix that, Justin. We are like way in the fuel window. Way in the fuel window. They'll probably run about as long as they can to try to take the least amount of fuel possible. You wonder if he knows Rhea Ripley? They're from different countries. But maybe. There have been several Xfinity drivers on NXT lately because they're both on the CW. Yeah, it's interesting. You know, the pit window opened like over 10 laps ago. So we're just waiting on whoever flinches first. Watch SVG spin again. That'd be crazy. No way he does it 2 times in a row, right? Oh, it looks like we're going to side by side again. Yep. 3 wide. 34 laps to go in a playoff race, and we're going to commercial. After we just got back from commercial, it seems like. Yeah, I think the strategy here is to stay out as long as they can, just in case a caution could trap them. They wouldn't go a lap down, but you may end up with worse position or something. I don't know. Yeah, they're making their money for sure. Remember how good the prime coverage was? Every day I miss the prime coverage. Every day. It's the last thing I think about at night, and it's the first thing I think about in the morning. Is that Suarez leading the middle groove? Daniel Suarez towards the front. These Trackhouse guys are making a push. Chastain was up there just a second ago. SVG. And now Suarez. Imagine that. Suarez gets a win on his way out the door. It could definitely happen. It seems like the big ones usually happen, or really any caution, when we're under commercial. Ad maxing. Yes. I wonder if, I doubt it, but I wonder if Junior has a next-gen car in his graveyard. It's not often we get updated photos, so maybe he does. There have been enough of them that have been junked. Briscoe just had a huge run on Chastain, had to back out of the throttle. No one's made the move. Well, I wouldn't say no one. 35 still showing on pit road, but I'm pretty sure he's behind the wall. They just haven't updated the ticker yet. 51, the 3. And the 4. Did Alex Bowman lose the pack? Who is that? Yeah, Bowman 28th. 10 seconds behind. What happened to Bowman? That's really weird. Just didn't feel comfortable up there? I mean, what happened? '28th. Way off the pace. Yeah, Ware is definitely out of the draft. He has Austin Dillon with him. That's not quite enough. Bowman might be able to run those two down. Yeah, that's wild. I didn't hear anyone say anything about Bowman. I just looked up at the ticker and he's way back there. Yeah, they're lucky. Those Fords have such a flat front end. These are some huge pushes. Under 30 laps to go, coming to 28 to go. We are pretty deep into the fuel window now. Hamlin doing Hamlin things. Hamlin is in business for himself. You guys may have heard last week, his father's not in good health. So I really think Hamlin's trying to do everything in his power to get this championship so his dad can potentially go out on a high note, knowing his son is a NASCAR champion. And it's sad, and hopefully that doesn't happen, as far as Hamlin's dad passing away. But the way he reacted last week, it seemed like it was pretty serious. So that's, something to, just think about. Yeah, it's good he got to 60. That was a pretty big deal, but I'm sure Hamlin wants more. It's not like he deserves it this year. If you look at the points, he doesn't. But he's running so well this late in his career. So, I mean, it's pretty cool to see. A lot of guys hit the wall and they stop winning. It happened to Truex, even though he ran well. He didn't win. Harvick fell off. And then, Kyle Busch not running well right now. Looks like he may have fallen off a bit. But Hamlin's still out here winning several races a year. In races he's not winning, he's running competitive quite a bit. So it's this could be his year finally. So the funny thing is, I think the only championship format, and this may not even be accurate, I think the only one that he possibly has a championship win in would have been if they had kept the chase, the original chase format. And he may not even have that one. So like the playoff format, obviously he doesn't. If they kept the Winston, he wouldn't have one. So it's like in any alternate universe you go to, the canon event is that Denny doesn't have a title yet. It is the safest place for Bowman, but he is running out of time rapidly. He will probably be the first car lap down if we get a caution. So that could help him out. Looks like Dylan and Cody Ware have kind of caught up a bit. These guys are saving a ton of fuel, apparently. They were able to run them down almost. They've made up quite a bit of ground on the tracker that I'm watching. Yeah, Bowman's already been passed by the field. Luckily, he went to the inside. He didn't try to split up the field by running the middle. Yeah. Wondering what happened there. Wonder if there's any comment about it. Potential engine issue. Monitoring and diagnosing. Well, how about that? How about that? Well, that was not great. We're under caution. It's the commercials. The commercials cause the cautions. It's a universal truth. That's proof we live in a simulation. Yeah, Cody will need a little help to win at this point. I guess Bowman, with his engine trouble, will get the free pass. Man, no steak nuggets for us. What a shame. Oh. Engine gave out. How about that? Yeah, if you guys need to make last second pit stops yourself, now is a good time, a really good time. So stage 2 after lap 112 was my last update. Hamlin is reporting the throttle is stuck. So maybe they may have to go under the hood. Hamlin possibly no longer has a shot, depending on how long this fix takes. We jinxed him. We jinxed him. So no green flag pit stops. Are we going to see the big one now? Well, they're going to be driving hard because now they can make it to the end, most likely. I mean, they can definitely if they take, full fuel load. But these guys are going to be cutting it close. They're going to take as little fuel as they can to make the stop shorter. But with a little over 20 laps left, I mean, they shouldn't have to take a ton of fuel. Maybe enough to throw on some right sides. I don't know if anyone's going to take tires. Maybe if they've ran long enough, maybe they feel like the handling would benefit. Tiberia Media Entertainment says RWR stupidity moment. It happens. It happens. Cody had run a decent race too. Up front every now and then. Got some TV time for Arby's. Things just didn't end up well for him. Now, what if Bowman stays out and ends up bringing out the caution when his engine explodes? If his engine ever explodes. That's every moment. The thing is, Rick Ware is loaded. He has teams in almost every sport. Motorsport, that is. They could afford to run competitively. They just don't. It is what it is. The rumor was over the summer that they were trying to sell all their charters. but there was a lawsuit and things happened, so it seems like perhaps that will not happen. They did sell one to Legacy, but that's it. I don't think they sold to the other guy. There was a lot going on. There were 2 lawsuits about the same thing, and so many people were wrapped up in it. All that Hamlin can do is, if he gets off pit road, is hope the big one doesn't happen. No, he's not a lap down yet. If they can get him off pit road, and maybe, you know, work on it a bit more the next time by, might be able to stay on the lead lap. It's, you know, it's hard to make your way forward in this next gen car, so he will have to make some big moves if he's to come back from this. He's not moving. Then he's moving. I saw it move. Oh my goodness. I think Denny just went a lap down. He blew up and then spun in his own oil. Let me see if I can find a replay. Yes, I have a replay. I have a replay. I have an idea. So he had already blown up, just dropping oil, spun in his own oil. The steak nugget mobile goes around. Good night, sweet prince. Flew too close to the sun. The old Talladega logo looks so much better than the new one. That's why I used it in my thumbnail. All right, it looks like we're going to restart with the 2 Penske guys out front with a 3rd Ford up there. Brad Keselowski not too far behind. Neither is Daniel Suarez. And as for our playoff guys, Kyle Larson up there in P4 currently. And P8, it looks like William Byron. Let's see where they restart. Daniel Suarez is going to go up and help Larson. Byron also going to the high side. It's for 4 rows. It's Fords. 4 Fords in a row. And we also have a Ford on the outside line. So we could potentially have 5 eventually. Denny Hamlin fan says hopefully, or now he hopes the big one does happen. Christian Riley says, hey, the cars that blew up save money on chassis and suspension, all that stuff, because they don't have a chance to get in the big one. That's one way to look at it. That's one way to look at it, but the engine's very expensive. Gonna have to rebuild that sucker. Unless it was already about to go in the trash bin, and that's why it failed. Used to, they'd run one race and rebuild it. Nowadays, with the lower horsepower, they might do a little refurb, but they can run a few races on an engine before a complete rebuild. It could get crazy. Talladega playoff race. A lot of guys trying to close out the season on a high note. This is a lot of guys' best chance. I'm interested to see if SVG can run well at Martinsville, because it is a flat, heavy braking track, and it seems like out of all the ovals, Martinsville would suit him very well. But we'll see. And Norm Benning, his engine grenaded in that truck race. All right, we're back. Green flag. Kyle almost went to the inside there. That could have been our big one. Watch the Chevys pushing. This could be our wreck here. Too wide right now. Through the field. Chase Elliott as they run 57 below the cut line. As they run Byron 14 below the cut line. Both the Penske guys are 22 below the cut line. I think that means they're going to win. I think that means Logano is going to win. Is Logano willing to wreck his teammate for a win at Talladega? I think he would at Martinsville. All right, Todd Gilliland has moved down to that inside line. He's not going to go back up high to block Larson. Larson to the door. Larson to the bumper. Not able to pull ahead. Todd Gilliland's slightly holding an advantage here. Oh, Larson to the lead by a bumper. Now Todd Gilliland back out front. Side by side right now, pushing pretty hard with 15 to go. These Chevys do not look stable. These Fords can just put together these massive pushes. And Buescher's on the high side, behind these two Chevys. He has no reason to push these guys. The best thing Byron can do for his line is try to shuffle out Chris Buescher. And if that means aggressively pushing him up the track, so be it. But that's kind of what you have to do. I don't know. Do we still have to worry about Denny Hamlin's throttle? Do we have to worry about Joey Logano's gearbox? We still have some unknowns. Did they all get enough fuel? And could we see another engine failure? Oh, no. Good to see you, Christian. Always good to have you here. Still side by side. Larson on the high side, Todd Gilliland on the inside. The Fords definitely look more in control at the moment in terms of their pushes and how good of a run they're able to get. Larson really hasn't been able to pull ahead yet. Denny Hamlin fan says big one with less than 10 to go. Probably a good prediction. But if it's anything like the spring race, they may just go clean. But we know how these Fords are. So Larson to the inside, he was able to get clear. Now, will these Fords try to shuffle Larson out of the pack? If that, so now there's 3 lines. If that middle groove goes up the track and they give the Fords enough room, they will try everything they can to shuffle Larson out of the way. We are now 3 wide for the lead. Zane Smith around the high side. And Daniel Suarez leading that middle line. The inside line's kind of falling apart. They're going to reform here in a lap or two, but there's a huge gap from Todd Gilliland back to Ryan Blaney. What are they doing? They were working together so well. Oh my goodness. Alex Bowman down low. They're going to be going 4 wide here. That was scrunch up. That was clinch. Clinch. We're 4 wide. Daniel Suarez shuffled back. Larson blocking the middle line. Getting a pretty big push. This could lead to a wreck. Oh my goodness. That was a pretty big bump. Larson doesn't know which line to block right now. Right now, he's staying with that middle groove. He should probably stay down low, though. I believe in those Fords on that inside line more than I do that middle line. Well, Larson came up to block the middle line. Now Buescher's leaving him, so now we have 2 HMS teammates. Nose to tail. That could be the big one. Now, Todd Gilliland moving up to that middle line. Chris Buescher leading that outside line. Austin Hill not too far back. Keep an eye on him. Zane Smith leading the inside line with Chastain all over his bumper. 10 laps to go. The sun is just shining so bright. Coming through 3 and 4. Visibility cannot be good. Zane Smith and Todd Gilliland side by side. No clear advantage. 3 wide. One of the lines is 4 wide. Further back. So now Todd Gilliland and Zane Smith are clear. They could move around if they wanted. Looks like Todd Gilliland's going to come up and block this middle line. And he's kind of straddling that 3rd line as well. Just in case he needs to go up and block that far. 3rd line looks like it's kind of disintegrating. I'm sure it'll reform shortly, but it's they're 4 wide back through the field. It's not looking too healthy back there on that on the outside line. So will anyone from that outside line choose to go up and help this outside line? Chase Briscoe did. As soon as we asked Chase Briscoe, he's leaving his Toyota teammates and he's getting a shove towards the front. A huge run on the outside line. Buescher all over the back of Chase Briscoe. Huge push. And he took that push very well. So Chase Briscoe, look for him. Seems like he has a pretty stable car right now. That was a ginormous push. Todd Gilliland to the inside. Larson leading the middle line with teammate help behind him. We have Fords on the inside. We have Chevys in the middle. And on the outside, we have a Toyota leading a Ford. So that 3rd groove is the orphans. That's the orphan bunch. A lot of orphans in that outside line. Chris Buescher to the lead. on the outside line. It's the orphan line. Harry Potter looking up there. Yeah, Austin Hill just a couple rows back. So Chase Briscoe clear. Chris Buescher clear. That inside line has fallen off pretty heavily. Larson just got shoved out of line by his teammate. So Larson to the high side. That is such an orphan line up there now. Larson got orphaned by his own teammate. So Larson just came back low with Bubba Wallace. And Byron dove down to the inside line. And now Austin Hill leads the outside. This is insanity. And Carson Hocevar is pushing Austin Hill on the outside line. Unlikely bedfellows. This is wild. Briscoe leading. He could go up and block if he wanted. Byron cannot push. He's all over the back of Buescher. Buescher is doing everything he can just to control it. Byron's wrecked several people before on plate tracks. Don't know if it's him or if it's the Chevy nose, but he cannot push. 5 laps to go. Laps are winding down. Briscoe up to block that second line, but he's still straddling the low line. We have a good bit of Toyotas in that middle groove. Buescher just got shuffled to the high line. Larson to the middle. So now Wallace is on the back of Kyle Larson. And Chris Buescher has been migrated forcefully to that top line. I bet Buescher is just happy to not be around a Hendrick car right now. And now William Byron to the middle line. Another HMS driver jumping up there. Byron somehow worked his way up to the front. 4 laps to go. One of these Hendrick guys is going to wreck the other. It's about to happen. It's about to happen. It's about to happen. Oh my goodness. These Chevys, they can't push each other. They have to make a last lap run for it and block because they cannot consistently push each other. So now we have 2 Toyotas on the inside. Bubba Wallace leading, coming to 3 laps to go. Chase Briscoe, the help behind him. Briscoe needs this win more, though. Is Briscoe willing to leave his teammate, or is he willing just to take points and take his chances in Martinsville? The third line might have a run here. They're the best formed up line at the moment. Now the middle groove is the best formed line. Carson Hocevar might push a Ford to the win. All right, Bubba Wallace on that inside line has fallen back. Now we have a 4th line developing further back. That's going to rob some energy from the outside line, perhaps. Now Buescher's blocking Byron. Byron has dipped down to that inside groove a little bit. Now he's back up to the middle. Now he's to the outside. And Byron turns him. Chris Buescher hard in the wall. Exactly what I said. Exactly what I said. I can see the future. My third eye is open. My third eye is open. I can see the future. Illuminati. I called it. These Hendrick guys cannot push, and I specifically called out William Byron. That's how he won his Daytona 500. Is he wrecked half the field along with Alex Bowman. Let's take a look at it. Let's see if it's a bad block or just that's an off-center push. So Hocevar to the back. Yeah, I mean, you can't really blame Byron for that. Really, the thing I would blame the most is that Chevy front end. The rumor is Chevy's going to update that in the offseason to flatten that nose out a bit so they can push on these plate tracks. Because right now they're just a hazard. I'm not even sure, other than just looking like the street car, why NASCAR ever approved one of the bumpers to be flat. Yeah, I don't necessarily think Byron did something wrong. You know, it's the end of the race. You have to be pushing. I just think that was the Chevys can't push. It does seem like some Chevy drivers can push better than others, though. And Byron has a pretty high body count when it comes to guys that he's taken out at these plate tracks. I like that crowd reaction there. It's a cool shot. One guy has a Dale Jr. jacket on. That's pretty good. I would like to see more of these crowd reaction shots. The crowd was literally on their feet. Well, William Byron to the lead. Kyle Larson second. We have Bubba third. Carson Hocevar fourth. We have another Toyota fifth. Byron really needs this win. He really, really needs this win. And the next playoff guy back is Briscoe and Bell. Blaney. So, I mean, if we get overtimes, oh my goodness. Logano had to come down. Blaney came down. Might as well. Might as well. We're going to overtime. Could we see someone run out of fuel and bring out a big one? Imagine someone like Byron runs out of fuel and stacks the field up. That's right, Kristen. That's right. A Byron win would knock Briscoe below the cut line. A Larson win would keep Byron below the cut line. And by a pretty wide margin. Byron should have come down. They had said in the last restart he might not have enough. Risky. Maybe they can somehow make it like Austin Hill. Somehow he made it last and had enough for a burnout. They're replaying last year's massive one in the fall race. The largest next-gen crash to date. All right, I'm going to go take my own pit stop. Justin said, hopefully Priest can win it now. If we get one more big one, it's anybody's race. And even as of now, anyone in the top 15 can still easily, with the right circumstances, get up there. Maybe even back to 20th. You know, with the perfect circumstances. Priest will win it upside down flying through the air. That's what I want. That's what I want. I've wanted that since the last plate race. I want to see Priest win it while flying through the air. That'd be pretty sick. Especially if they would roll the car into victory lane damage. That'd be crazy. Look at the points. Yeah. Pretty tight right there. Larson, he probably wants to win it himself to lock himself in, but the teammate thing to do would be to help out Byron. Because Larson, he's not safe, but he's a lot safer than Byron is. Yeah, Kyle's had a hard time. Thank you, Barney. I have to lower my heart rate. So Larson taking the high side, Byron on the inside. Could we see some race manipulation? So we have Wallace on the outside, Briscoe behind him. Behind him, Gibbs. So 3 Toyotas. They could shuffle Larson out. And who would you rather have push? Another Chevy in Hocevar? Or would you rather have a guy with a flatter nose, but possibly, you know, gonna stab you in the back? Bubba Wallace with his Toyota teammates behind him. I think with my red hat, it looks a lot more Gordon-like. I've never seen it before, but it's the eyebrows. It's the eyebrows. It's exactly what it is. So this is the one that I think is more Gordon-esque. Get my 3 back on. All right. 2 injured guys out front. 3 Toyotas behind Larson. Can they make it around clean? Green flag. 2 laps to go. Larson's already loose. These Toyotas need to duck out and ditch Larson if they want a chance. I think they will. Honestly, Larson might get wrecked here. His car's dancing all over the place. He may take out his teammate here, and they may both be below the cut line leaving. This is so dangerous. Kyle Busch to the high side. The 3rd lane is moving. No help back there, though. Larson just got shoved down to the inside line. Byron's chance is gone. More than likely. So now as they run, Byron is 15 below the cut line. Is Briscoe going to go in business for himself? Briscoe needs the win more than Bubba Wallace. Kyle Larson shoved down below the yellow line. That inside line's dead. It's a Toyota's race. A Toyota will win today's race. It's over. Larson's now right against the cut line. And William Byron goes around. William Byron's in a must-win situation now. Chase Briscoe will win and lock himself in to the final round. As a reminder, we will be live for our post race. So you don't have to touch that dial. It should automatically send you over to the post race. You'll be able to call in and share your thoughts. Oh my goodness, what a finish. They kept it mostly clean, but the Chevys took themselves out. I don't know how Briscoe got around Wallace there. That was pretty wild. Let's take a look at this. I guess he dove down to the inside. Wallace stayed up in that high groove. Byron goes around after he already shoved his... well, Larson just couldn't handle a push anyway. He couldn't handle the push on the high side with a Toyota. He couldn't handle the push from a Chevy teammate. They just... the Chevys didn't bring stable enough cars, it looks like. Let's take a look at this push. Yeah, I mean, nothing egregious there. The Chevys just can't push, and apparently they couldn't take a push. And Briscoe taking the advantage, jumping down to the inside to get around Bubba Wallace. And then Ty Gibbs just being a much more helpful teammate there. Byron able to give one last shove to the back of Ty Gibbs. Wow. Wow. Oh, apparently Larson ran out of gas. Larson ran out of gas. That's what... Okay. Okay, that's interesting. That's super speedway racing, ladies and gents. Congrats to Chase Briscoe. He now jumps Larson in the points. Oh my goodness. Chase Briscoe at Phoenix. We may be looking at our champion. Chase Briscoe, one of his best tracks, if not hands down his best track, is Phoenix. So, unless a Penske guy somehow makes it in, Chase Briscoe might be your championship favorite. Now it's 2 JGR cars, and a third one has a chance to make it in. A Joe Gibbs driver will probably win this year's championship. Larson running out of fuel there at the very end, going to lose a ton of points. He may be below the cut line, or at least right on it. Finishing 26th. William Byron finishing 25th. Two guys, they restarted 1-2 in the overtime to run like that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end this stream. You don't have to do anything. If you want to go ahead and join us in our post-race show, it should automatically transfer you over. But until then, hope you guys have a good one, and we'll get that post-race stream started right now.